Oh my god! Oh my god! All of what am I supposed to react to all of those? Hat, bonk. Or was it hat, pat, bonk? Hat. Anyway, hat was first again. Hi. Hello, hi. Good to see ya, Marania. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone's day has been good so far. Hello, good evening. Good day. Today is the day that we are gonna finally finish Higurashi Watanagashi chapter. We're gonna finish today. Yeah. Good. Brought myself some popcorn first for this. Okay, I have a strong feel of the sugar cinema. I have a feeling too. Hello, everyone coming from the ad break. Thank you for waiting. I think we're just gonna pretty much go into it. I'm excited. I don't know. I'm not sure yet when we're gonna start the next chapter, but we will start it in the near future because, you know, Halloween is starting to be around the corner, kind of. Like, isn't September kind of you're already allowed to like start to get ready for the spooky season? At least that's how it is in my world, at least. My world. And yeah. Let's go. I haven't when did we last play this? Well, I was setting up the game and I got to hear the Higurashi. Every month before October is pre-Halloween. True, that's even better. Oh my god, why did I not think about that? Like the same idea, but you gotta think outside the box. Yeah, that's good. You gotta think outside the box. Always orange like a pumpkin. True, that's true. So I have the license. I have orange license, pumpkin license. But yeah, let's go to it. Oh, let's be on this screen for once. The XP land. Okay. Volume, let's see. Volume. And also I could say that tomorrow I'm going to an overnight cottage trip with my mom. So I'm gonna be not present tomorrow and tomorrow, day after tomorrow and tomorrow, day after tomorrow. So Wednesday, Thursday. But Friday and Saturday are the next streams this week after this one. So yeah. Continue. Did we go to the next page? We did. Cottage core. Cottage core. We had planned for it for a little while, and we're finally going. This game should have separate volume settings just to the Higurashi. You can crank it up. Oh, that's... Oh, that's such a good idea. Oh. I love Finnish Cottage Simulator. I wish cottages were real. Infinite Inktober. I've never done full Inktober. I've started it a couple times, but then I slipped up. Always slipped up. Huge respect to people who get to do full Inktober. That's awesome. That takes dedication. Yeah, I love seeing people, and also if you use the prompt list, I love seeing the people's different interpretations of the prompt. See, I did last year a cheap pen and ink. Oh, I've never used a cheap pen. I've only done ink with a brush, and that's not really my strong. I haven't done it with ink that much. Not that much. I wish Finnish people were real. Well, don't I have news for you? What if I told you we are? Finnish people are real. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Cheap-pen is surprisingly pleasant to handle. Oh yeah, I've heard that it's kind of... I don't know, it seems satisfying. And also when you know, there's that scratchy sound when you use it. I've seen some videos of like mangaka using those cheap pens, and it's really satisfying to listen to. It's like cha 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 cha. Things can't be real. Source. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it's time. It's time. It's time for me to face the truth. I'm not real. Goodbye. Goodbye. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm real. Farewell. Yeah, that happened when someone was like, Finns are not real. And well, okay, let me just phase out of existence real quick. Then will disappear if you stop believing in them. Oh, it's like kind of those ghosts that feed on your fear, and if you stop fearing them, they will disappear. I can't believe where that was a thing, but some kind of creature slowly vanish out of existence. Oh. I wonder how you would do that. It would be funny. Okay. End of chapter 11. Ba-dum. Okay, let's see the audio. How Keiichi my butter. I was thinking more of the lines of Peter Pan and the fairy flying only if you believe it. Oh! Vince feast on your fear. Your fear and beer. And sausage. Yeah. And mammy. And but most importantly, you fear. And beating Sweden in ice hockey. Yeah. And salmiakki. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's a basic Finnish cuisine. Dining habits, eating habits.
放っておいてやれ。
Keiichi's dad.
友達が行方不明になったんだ。気の毒にな。
Oh yeah. So pretty much only Mion and Rena are not missing. Salmiakki, my beloved. I had an urge to get salmiakki today, but I decided no treats, no small treat today. I need to exercise self restraint. So I today I managed to vanquish. I vanquished the small treat. There's a snail in my ear that tells me have a small treat. I can't help it. It's hard to control. Are we playing ghost games from today onward then? Ah, thank you. You deserve it. Yeah. Hate when snails do that. Everyone has a, that spirally thing in your ear. It's if you look inside your, you can't look inside your ear, but if you look can I please talk? Can I please pronounce words? Thank you. If you look at a picture of an ear, there's this spiral thing. It looks like a snail. It looks like a snail's house. Snails. What is it called? Snails. I forgot the English word. Snail shell. Okay. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
それよりもこんな物騒な事態になったら学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？
But education, how will we be prepared for the workforce if we don't educate? Oh my god, think about
学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Think about work, tax paying. Parents are being understanding. What? Yeah, that's a infuriating trope in horror. Adults and authority figures not taken seriously. Just go work the job. My parents made pretty good money and they couldn't help me with homework past the 5th grade. Learn on the job is way better. But you gotta learn that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Are you gonna learn that on your job? Didn't think so. Didn't think so. Checkmate. Or yeah. Yes. Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. the breakfast table. The food in front of me. The time and date. And myself. I really had no interest in anything. I would... I understand. I understand. Very understandable. This feeling, it was like a dead frog. No! Dead fog! I was like, huh? That's a weird analogy, dead frog. Dead fog in my mind. I felt like getting dizzy after taking a strong medication.
ケイチ学校の勉強はどうなんだ？ケイチの方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうならしばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. How is fog dead? What is... Like, I can understand a dead frog, but what is dead fog? The day was Thursday. It's Tuesday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny little and incredibly stupid curiosity, and I broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだってこれが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
Yeah, you missed the dance. How dare you? I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here. So come on, let's go! Let's go! Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. Oh, look, they're okay. It was all a dream. I pushed everyone further and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red. I clapped. And I clapped. Ding dong.
レナちゃんじゃない？いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with
ケ
Rena.
イチしばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよう。
Hi. I missed you. I missed you.
今
Good
日から
morning.
集団登校だから。遅れちゃダメだよ。
With whom? That's right. If we, the ones furthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way would be waiting for
俺
us.
さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
Rena answered shortly,
圭
nodding.
一くんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。
Thank you.
それからこれ回覧板お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
Okay. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache. I was about to say not Shion, but she's she lives in the other town, other village. So maybe that's why.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。きっ
Mm.
と見つかるから。待ってよ。
Yeah. Patience. Patience. Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe that they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。レナは知ってるんだろ。俺があの晩
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
Yeah. Yeah. I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。
Do we know what happened to Rika-chan? I probably missed it. It hasn't been told yet, so... only that she's missing, and Satoko also. Yeah.
まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりもそれを隠していたことだと思うの。圭一くんは自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
Yeah. Yeah. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I didn't realize that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's disappearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion
レ
about
ナ
it.
の言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
圭一くん、もしもだよ。もしも圭一くんが悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとさとこちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
Don't. No, I couldn't answer right away. That's horrible. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、そうだ。
If I had admitted to my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack. The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰も圭一君のことを叱らなかったと思う。
Ow!
だから私が代わりに圭一君を叱るね。
Okay. Okay. I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Reina's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。
Yeah, but I'm
それはわか
bad.
る？
I did bad. I did bad. I did bad. I did
返事
bad.
ははいだよ。圭一君。
Yes. Yes. Yes.
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
はい、僕が悪かったです。
For a few moments, Rena stared at me silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened and she smiled.
じゃあもう時間だから。
Mitten punch. Hey!
私は行くよ。
Hey.
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてね。あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
Okay. Goodbye. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at the single, more light-hearted page, with a peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in the stock. In stock. Feel free to come to the Sonosaki house if you want some.
なんだこれ。
Soy sauce. Soy sauce. I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from a faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. And a P.S. it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家か。レナ、お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
Oh, she's still here? I thought she left. I thought she left because she... what was that transition then?
知ってた。
Lena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and... she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonosaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonosaki family, They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that H.L. Mort's store managed by the Sonosaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。謝ってくるよ。もう全部終わりにしてもらう。ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. Hi, Ronnie. Hi! Hi, everybody. I hope everyone is having a good day. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
Rena, your education.
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
I have some coffee. It's not yet cold, so I better try to drink it all before it goes cold.
レナは来るな。この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら、私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。だから、ケイチ君だけを行かせない。
It does seem safer to go together. Just finished drinking my Jacob's 3-in-1 coffee. Oh, how is it 3-in-1? Locked into the trap. I saw them. Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her
わ
resolve.
かった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
Let's go. Together. Hand in hand. Rena nodded slightly, but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. It has coffee, sugar, and milk already in the mix. Oh! This one also has milk, a chocolate flavor. Oh! I see. That sounds good. That sounds like a treat. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. What? In front of the house, there was a car waiting. I wonder whose car it is. It was Oishi's son. Hi.
おはようございます。
Hi.
前原さん。
前原さん。
それからリュウさんも。
リュウさん。
朝から羨ましいですね。
What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、リュウさんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。どうぞよろしく。
どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか。
ケイチ君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、みーちゃんの罪は この人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Yes. Pain and sadness. I look down as those emotions build up in my
大
heart.
石さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか。ここで立ち話します。
Kramer Cosmo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
それとも車の中でしますか。
車の中でします。
In the car. Okay. Okay. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rina was. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. That was a pretty strange sentence. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したらなんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか。
Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me, not owning to my crimes, had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
はい、もしもし。大石です。
学校に先ほど欠席するとの連絡があったそうです。その先家前は動きなし。
They're already looking into it.
はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
了解しました。3号7号は先ほど応援が到着、起動しました。あと課長は大石さん探してるみたいっす。私のとこにも連絡がつき次第ってさっきから何回もうるさいっすけど、どうします？
ね。答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとかごまかしといてください。
The radio grew silent.
いや、失礼。
Just a sec, let me... Maybe like this?
仕事の連絡でした。
今園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
ありゃ、そんな風に聞こえちゃいました。そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査もとにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて。
That's a problem.
令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
大石さんってひょっとして。
What are you implying? Rina's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか。
レナ、それはどういう意味だ。
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
人聞きが悪いですね。でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
But we were already going in, weren't we? You must have it a yes. So this is the final part. Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comments slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれどみーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。
ふん
うん、圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょう。
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me.
その結果圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに、恥知らず。これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃとんだところに名探偵がいたもんです。いやはやいやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
卑劣感。
You old man. Slimy old man. Yeah. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
You don't say.
結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again how much I disliked
さ
him.
て、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、
It's kind of interesting,
これ
like
から
in
どう
this
するつもりです？
in this part, his Keiichi is really kind of he's not a big fan of the Boulder Man, Rock Man. Like in the first part, they were like really getting along, and he trusted him and everything like that. The dynamics are different.
私が証拠固めを終えて令状が請求できるまでのんびり待っててくれるわけですかな？
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。下手すりゃあなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So in a strong voice, I declared.
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I had realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったならそれを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるならこれが万が一の時の保険になるの。万が一の時の
Worst case scenario? Plus, it would be another way of pressuring me on to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、おいしいより熊ちゃん。
Or it just would escalate things. Who knows? You never know. You never know.
おいしいより熊ちゃんへ。お友達が2人園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では 参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Stop. Why? It would be, you know, as a goodwill, sign of goodwill. Yeah. You could put needles in them as a prank. As a prank. Voice is my favorite character. He's really like he's perfect for the, you know, the part, you know, his part of the story. He's perfect for it. Okay, excuse me for a sec. Let me there's like some stuff has been bothering me. Let me let me look at the settings. Okay, good. Okay, good. Let me see, let's see. Oh! Sorry about this. Okay. Sorry, I skipped some stuff. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road. Okay, this is the... Okay. Like, this is the way the text is, like, originally supposed to be.
情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
絶対に説得しますから。自首を認めてくださいね。
If we hear you screaming, we're gonna come right in. Don't worry. You're probably already dead, but like, of course, if you prefer the text to be on the bottom, we can change it. But the resolution was the problem. A point in life where you're talking to a police detective, things are already freaking fricked. They're a high-ranking officer and someone who's guaranteed to have seen the worst of humanity. It's not as unpleasant and he's sus. I almost died today. Oh no! I tripped just in front of the concrete staircase in my front building. My face was about 1 centimeter away from the edge when I got... Oh, I'm glad that you caught yourself on time. Oh my goodness. That's terrible. That's why I'm terrified of stairs. Be careful! Be careful, everyone! Be careful. I would be sad if you guys got hurt. I would be devastated. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available for us lightening the sin of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。今さら信じないでしょうが。できることならあなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今さらだな。
Thank you. What a rude response. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never had expected this would be happening today. Stairs are scary, especially there's a shadowy figurine of the SARS post at the top of the stairs. Oh, that's a whole other thing, type of scary.
行こう。ケイチ君。
Let's go, go, go! Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been.
レナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。
Mountain!
松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Oh. Big enough to fit a mountain? That was amazing. One of their 3 families controlling Hinamizawa, the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. I'm trying to imagine. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. Yeah, that sounds like a prison. Barbed wire. Oh. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Are those easier to take care of than dogs? Venomous dogs. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Well, at least they're not shot. At least they're not shot. You get a fee. I wonder if the character stories remain the same in different timelines. Like if this Rena had that psychotic episode she had in the first part. Episode? Oh, in the school or at Keiichi's place? It depends, but the main events for the most for the most part it's different things at the school one. Oh, I think it was mentioned. It was mentioned in this one. I think it was mentioned, not with the same detail, but it was alluded to. Yeah. I think it's the same in every. I think it remains in every part. This forest, or should I say, mountain.
まるまる庭なのか。
庭というか領地だね。
Their domain.
見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから、散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they have been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るのミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。
Maybe the grandma is
カ
watching
メラを
then.
見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
Ah. Venomous grandma. Oh. That's right. Mion's father. He was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother? In a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな。
Beep! The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was he cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? He waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through the gravel on the other side of the gate. Nervously, I balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。二人とも学校は？
Aren't you? Mion didn't seem at all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも？二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly, in a way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Let's go. Rena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rallied myself and then go through the gate too. The other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you think when you hear a mansion. It was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
Enormous house.
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。
It looks very
私は
historical.
早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Why? Was that a joke? Why would you do that? Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and re-locked the heavy bolt. Oh, we're trapped. We're trapped. We can't leave.
最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。
Good sir and
どうぞこちら
madam.
へ。
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチくん、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show in my face. I stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oasis' own subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. Was she sold in their impressive soy sauce collection? Hi, we're here to get soy sauce. Wouldn't that have been a good reason to go inside? Well, they're friends, so... Yeah, I guess they don't need an excuse. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。ミオ、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
Oh, swallows!
あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。
Charge them
代
rent!
々語り継いでるのか、
Charge them
季
rent!
節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。
Aww.
迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
Ah. 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 We cut roots since everyone knows everything. We heard you had some shots. Yeah, Anarchy's birds. I couldn't help but to laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。
Justice.
上がって上がって。
Inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mio seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。
Well, the grass is greener, like they
冬場は
say.
暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？ひなみ沢は。井戸は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
ケイチくん知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。
Everyone!
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
Oh boy. I wasn't aware of that. Well, you kinda just... How long ago did you move in? Like month, 2 months? 2 months. Hinamizawa. Was that a bad place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad. He said something like, This place got plenty of snow, so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car. That's way too much snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
へえ。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでも何でもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Neon laughed more uproariously than she ever had and then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
Snowball fight and ice snowman building competition
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。
Snow castle building. Oh, could do
寒中水泳やら雪中行軍やら。
swimming in the
ここは
quota
いつから函
too.
館山になったんだ。
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
Yeah. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. A victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
Shaved ice eating contest? Wouldn't that be more summery? Because, you know, hot weather. Treasure hunts in the
だから
snow.
なんで外で遊ぶんだよ。
Oh.
雪が降ってんだからぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
Nah.
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。
合うじゃねえ。
I settle things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
Oh, the paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
We came to interrogate you. We came to tell you to surrender. Surrender to the surrender to the police. Thank you for the small treats, Mio. Now surrender. If you come quietly, your punishment won't be as severe. I like those words. A smile disappeared from Rena's face. She did it. A one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. We can we can have all the co-op activities after you get released from prison. Yeah, we can, and we're gonna come to visit you in prison, and maybe we can maybe if the prison guards are really nice, we can play some games. Wow. We have wanted to enjoy this peaceful time. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. Ah! And she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression. Mion too checked hers. Lock in. locked in Tanto. It was as if the cheerful air, it was like a warm spring day until a moment ago, had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ召し上がれ。
We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。そこまで信用ないかな。心外だね。
Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも。客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの？そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Oji-san would know what to do. Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん。わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな？お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。
Yes! How did you know?
うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオン。まず、
Mion.
謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが？何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I clearly gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、俺は神社の西宮殿に入ったんだ。
I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。でもいけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to that table. I meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe when having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
I looked up to see Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、 それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことをちょっとでも理解してくれたなら、
いや
それでいいよ。郷に入りては郷に従えって昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke it like what was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
兄ちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
私は真剣だよ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
見えるよ。
Then I was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
Oh, you're going. Okay, Emil, take the band-aid. Rip the band-aid. Rip the band-aid.
覚えはないけど。そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持ってお裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching for just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
Imagine trying to sleep in boiling hot weather plus 100% humidity and they're just out there screaming about the Japanese summer experience, I guess.
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Hey, Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as I thought. We found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんはリカちゃんを隠してしまった。
Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
へえ。
そしてさとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん、きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ。どんな感じでかな。
Mion brought Irina on as if trying to get her to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Irina was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来てもう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nail stuck into her knee.
へえ。電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで。
Irina is a master detective.
冷蔵庫にさとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食がまるまる手つかずでラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これはとんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。参ったな。参った参った。
There it is! As if a dam had burst, Bianca burst into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Wait. Need to see some psycho sprites. Well, they are coming. They will come. They will come. At some point. Like, I can't switch into a totally different sprite from here. It has to be the one that is on the screen right now. Hey. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun it would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。 大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオン、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Rena doesn't do falsehoods, no, never. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが。
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. Is that a new expression? At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct the tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Other sprites. Boo. Does it look that different? It's not as big of a difference. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both of her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎミオンでございます。
Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お領に代わりまして皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。
お領。
皆様におかれましてはいろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
Okay. What? What did Mion say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her
本
eyes.
当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why? would you do this? That didn't go only for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back for all the incidents that have been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. But when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
We do. Rina nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onikafuchi Village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contacts with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。麓の村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onikafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all the old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で滝壺に落ちていく花びらのようにあっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War, the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
And thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onikafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he told them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigafuchi village's historically accurate thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the main chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて、でも敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
ひどいね、そんなの。
I've heard of such sorry. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subject to every societal disadvantage there was. A modern form of bullying. Don't only memorize that because I was going to be on the test one time. I recall being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。
Yeah, that's what you get for asking such a vague question. You get a 30-minute answer.
その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, sorry. Did you get discriminated if you don't say alive with them? I cannot be! Cannot be! So the things is the storehouse where just cosplays and historical reenactments. Maybe we'll get to those soon. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、ひなみざわ村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。数え出したらキリがないくらい。
Ornia would never yawn a third time. How long does it have to be in between when it's count as third time and not like just a one separate yawn?
夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみざわにも、ようやく父や夫、 息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとってそれはとても喜ばしいことでした。
It's like a trickle down in a scoreboard again. Eternity. You can't yawn more than 2 times in your life. You already spent your 2 times. I could swear I've yawned more than that. Well, any case, I'm cooked. I'm freaked. What's gonna happen if you yawn? Yawn more than that? Are you gonna just... What's the punishment? Mac R2's CHQs at work on drastically improving mindsets. Onikakushi, no! You're over your yawn, Max. The yawn only will steal your food leftovers. Well, that's way less violent than what we have going on in here. So okay, I accept. Take the leftovers. You fade away like people that live in Nigeria. You're just like... Wait. Like this. What? Ow! Or you get bonked. And strove for the abolition of an unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう。そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
What to happen just before it is reached? Mine's tricky. And it's tricky, I'm sure. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富はその後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life. And that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, could be extolled for a long time as minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。
Your Nana.
すごいよね。大活躍。
Mian looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her.
ですが、
she praised your Nana.
またしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが
人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
Canned flesh incident. Canned flesh? Sounded so hideous. Just for hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
No! In Namizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of the food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Tsunozaki did not have the job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origin. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing that happened to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low-scorned, depressing customs of the Onikafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, that bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Keiichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 7331. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead, and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges. Centrifuges? Is that the spinning? Is that the thing that spins? Spins really fast. Crush them in compression chambers while still alive. Spinny thing. Spin! Spin! That's fun. It's like amusement, you know. Merry-go-round. You can put in the merry-go. You can put in the merry-go-round while still alive. I guess it spins a little faster than a merry-go-round. When a live human decompresses all the holes in their... No, I read the no. All okay. I get it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary. What documentary? Don't have eyes. The streamer weren't waiting. Sorry. It's better. It's better if you don't know. If you are just listening on another monitor, and just your day will be better if you don't hear what that said. That makes me sick.
それでもひなみ沢の人間を蔑むのかよ。
本当。
I hate you for I thought it was an act of kindness. It was an act of kindness. Leon agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
宗平がいた部隊はそれよりはもっと温情的な研究をしていました。それは戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
Okay, so he wasn't in that. Okay. He wasn't in that one. The military designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and the chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistance lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was a very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook and kill unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control until they finally knocked down a door called Taboo. Oh no.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
Rena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の奉仕になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled as meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんには、どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
Yum!
もうやめてよ、みーちゃん。
Did you say soy sauce? Did you say soy sauce? Rena was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mio looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあ、そのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は
真偽はわかりません。晩年まで宗平は人肉であることを否定し続けました。ですがひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。また子供たちが林立てられ石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
Oh, that's all this excuse your previous killer killed that let her cook, maybe she'll get to that. Well, you know, yeah, the soy sauce. It was good with soy sauce. Come one, come all. We have soy sauce for everyone. Come and test. No. The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and a sad story it was. Don't let her cook. Never cook again. They discriminated. We're discriminated against. Discriminated. We're discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母はある時村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, What if they threw stones at the two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に石を投げられたら4人で石を。8人に棒で覆われたら16人で追い返し、30人に中傷されたなら60人で怒鳴り返せと。
Yes! Yes! Finally, the children asked, What if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたなら、ひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. We're that. Okay, we've gone. How many years? It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant, and time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought. The rating unfair discrimination towards one as a criminal crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that the child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together, stand up against it. If you meddled with people from the Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
I recalled how much of an impression he had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue. Yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。もっともその平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など
揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved there more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined the hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかったということです。
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
Inherited demon.
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character from demon. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん。見せる必要なんて全然ない。
ありがとう。
It's just that exchange. I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking the proof that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. Have I been? I've been good, thank you. Thank you. It's been a chill day, and I'm really happy that it has cooled down, like significantly. Happy. It's so much easier to exist. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. Banana smoothie tattoo. What if it's one of those, you know, those children's tattoos that the transfer, the picture transfer tattoos that like kids would play with. It's one of those. It's one of those. Be nice and cool, 15 Celsius. Ooh, nice. Batman water-based tattoo. There's a demon engraved on my body. She had never washed that place ever since. It's her duty as the head of the family. Mion gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa, now of Onikafuchi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Neon
こ
murmured.
の5年間の連続事件ね。私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、その全ての中心に私がいたと思う。
Hmm. She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Neon we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪のあるとすれば、私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Neon leaned a shoulder against the paper door and slid down on it and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Neon had been part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey Neon, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away. As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺したんだよね。
The sharp points of the words stabbed into my chest, despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でもとにかくみーちゃんは。
If you're not watching the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, you're going to turn into a Goomba.
I'm streaming, sorry. I'm busy. I am busy right now. But thank you. Thank you for 2 months. Thank you. Skooma McBee. Thank you. Let her go. Rena walked in.
リカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺した。
Rena's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Neon's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I replied on the behalf of the Sonosaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. there's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with old man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change the lock on the storehouse and switch it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、
Why couldn't you just, like, halfway? Why is the two options is either a super duper heavy, mega heavy lock or a cheap, really cheap lock? Why couldn't you get a good lock that's hard, not as heavy? Okay. Shush me. Shush. Old man.
本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
本当ですね。
Well. That would have been good. That would have been good.
君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。
Bad cats.
にゃーにゃーにゃーにゃー。
Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は綿流しの祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。賊は4人。その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
My tears dripped and dropped, dripped and dropped, until just now I had decided that it was Mion's fault that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong! The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me! No. No. Wrong. Wrong. Wrong.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
ケイチ君。
He would take the blame for every crime. It was me. It could have been me. It could have just as well been me. Had a chance to stop the tragedy from happening, and yet, well, Takano-san would have went, no matter what, I think. Not sure about Shion. Cheap curiosity got the better of me and I didn't. So if Takano-san had went in, it would have been like exactly the same. But no. Keiichi's just getting manipulated. Rika-chan and the others would have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
I'm an idiot! If by shedding tears I could take it all back, and I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager rap wouldn't be enough to redeem myself. But the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。
No big
そん
deal.
なもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。
Maybe.
私がそんなものに屈したからあの二人を殺してしまった。それは他でもない私、園崎美音が殺したということ。私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した。園崎美音がこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も
Did we get that on tape? Her masochistic laughter was sad. Especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
え？
As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right on my forehead.
圭一くんだけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. She had seriously tried to kill me. I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this weak belief that only I would be left alive.
さて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。鬼の私には見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
Shh. Mion put a finger on her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Uh-oh. Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little, because they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
She rose, scratching her head. A face that returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
Couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So must have Maybe recommending that she turn herself in was in a way extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな。
30分でいいからケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Huh? My name suddenly came up and it looked like I was the only one surprised at that.
ケイチくん、どうかな。ケイチくんが嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
Compatible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands. That was me. No! No, you still think that. I don't know, is it easier to think that way than, oh, my friend? Maybe it's easier to blame himself than to you know. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking about it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear. The things that Mion shouldered. Survivor's guilt. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
ああ、いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケイチくん。
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。
Any manga!
なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
ああ、
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rena suddenly silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
ああ。
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短気を起こさないように見張ってね。
Mia might not surrender herself to justice, but instead chose to put an end to things herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
Rena rubbed at her tears, which had been falling without me noticing them.
じゃあ言ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
No, don't cry! Don't cry, Rena! Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. It was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want her to see my tears during it. Mia was already waiting outside the front door. Bling blong. I put on my shoes, stuffed my shoes against the floor a few times, then left. And Mion timidly came over. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Then we're gonna continue. I need to get some more water. And also I need to go put some eye drops. My eyes are really dry. I'm not sure you can see, but I've been blinking a lot, so but go on forever. No! Not forever! We will continue in a couple minutes, so I'll see ya in a bit. See ya, BRB. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. I just noticed it says the BGM info down there. It says this track is called PSFX Insects 1. What's your favorite song? Oh, it's gotta be PSFX Insects 1. That's a banger. Like, this is, I don't know, this is, well, because I know what it's associated with. It's a little unsettling, but it's also, I don't know, it's I wonder if it's sound effects or music. You like BFFX Insects too. Home is listening to insects. Oh, GG file. Ah. One where insects goes insane. It's the you know the legendary video where there's the cockroach on the stage and it goes like wow wow wow, scoopity pop pop wow, and the people are cheering and the women are fainting and stuff. I think that, well, it's a cockroach is different than a cicada, but they look a little similar. Guaranteed cicada banger. Hood classic. All my homies love PSFX Insect 1. Insects. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
腕組んでもいいかな?
Can I hold your arm? And then a spinning 3D render of Ronya remaking that meme. Ronya knows it. Ah! Well, I do have that model. It will be easy to make it to spin and whatnot. Was it just a modest request?
別に構わないぞ。
With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my
私
arm.
に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかななんて思ったりとか。
World class joint law?
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back when nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at the Angel Mort. I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back right in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。 仲がいいとか悪いとかそういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ。
Yeah.
そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんなよくわからない関係だね。
That's an interesting
それは近くに過ぎるから見えなくなっているだけで。
interesting comparison.
きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのをすごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？
I read through the lines around. She admitted that her hands are oven mitts. If you had oven mitts for hands, are they heat resistant? Huh. That's kind of neat if true.
双子なんて昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど、こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今ではかえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me could should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me to the big desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンはまだ生きてる。
本当か？
Mion took a hard look in my eyes and nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど。
so casually. Oh, how considerate. I was thinking about I was just reminiscing of all the childhood days I had with her. I had considered giving her the most horrible death of all.
今日までその方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Or maybe you don't wanna do it. That's crazy. Crazy talk. Mion started as though she hated Xion, but also deep down she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me. She saved Xion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths. But she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile. Going completely blind. Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. Like the last time I watched this anime like completely through was so many years ago that I had forgotten a lot of the details. But so like I think it was last week or anyway, I watched some of the early episodes, and I watched this arc in the anime. So yeah, I remember. I remember. And untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。
How
でもそれ
romantic!
はケイちゃんにとってこの上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
I could sense it. I would probably find all the sacrifices until now. Looking at them, I would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as suspecting that my best friend had done.
すでに起こり終わってしまった事実だけれども、ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならばここで待っていて。私の手で全て終わらせるから。
What do you mean? What do you mean and everything? What do you mean? I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remember what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって。俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。それは変わらない。一生。
The treetops softly swayed in the
あん
wind.
たもレナもどうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
No running, no running. We're gonna have to. He's not just. We gotta, as he knows that there's an audience looking. We gotta know. We gotta see. If he ran, wouldn't you guys be like curious? Like, oh, what if he went in? What would we see? But I don't know. Curiosity got him to go into the storehouse, or maybe. Normally, I'd say something rude right back at her, but evading the question. But today, I didn't. I just answered with a smile. I showed you my sins. Please respond. At last, Mion started walking into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills that had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I had been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入れば
そのミオンはきっと。
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎ミオンは俺の最高の親友だ。
I clenched my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my cart down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
他人事のように言うな。
Oh.
お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door in the tunnel entrance. Too late to turn back. The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. It seemed like to demand the appropriate real solution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remember accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago and leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, and that's certainly what this smells like. Oh, there's just dead hermit crabs. It's fine. It's crabs. Right? Where would you go? Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flicked the switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. A path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated they had been used as a bomb shelter and a stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonosaki house constructed underground. Oh. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through the air hole somewhere, giving a very mysterious feel.
最後殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。綿流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
はあ。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
I wouldn't, yeah.
だから園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように、秘密の場所を。
Hey, you gotta keep the traditions alive. Right, you gotta. It's culture. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。一部のものは 実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for a splatter of blood, the walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there even was a drain set amidst the slight slope on the floor. Oh, it's like the bathrooms from Saw. I see. I can see it. I can see it. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet. Perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. Smart. Good solutions. Good solutions to modern problems. Bathroom from a media where bathroom was... Well, it was a pretty unique bathroom. You wanna test? Keiji, do you wanna go for a test run? According...
血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。
Impact?
綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから、私のご先祖様たちはさまざまなショーを考案してたんだよ。
You don't say! I am taking notes. I'm taking notes. This will be on the test. This will be on the test. You gotta... in case someone misbehaves in the chat, you gotta be ready for some... corrective action. Just like my ancestors did way back in the olden days. So this ritual is adjourned. Why is it held in some closed-off bunker and not on a public square? Because those scars aren't modern people. Modern people are wimps. They don't get it. They would be offended. That's why. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room. A spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with the tatami mats. And in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだから、客がいなきゃ意味がない。
No, it would make no sense. It would make no sense, of course. you gotta let your guests be comfortable as they watch. You gotta have good cushions. I couldn't speak. I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this was Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Do they offer popcorn? They better. They better.
みんなここで私が殺した。見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。
It makes no sense. You said yourself that it makes no sense. No, shut up.
観客は一人だけいたかな。
え？観客？
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
Mion nodded slightly. Mion's WATANAGASHI had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on, here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave it showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
したい？
I grimaced at her having said it so outright.
そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。
Oh. 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 Yeah, how thoughtful. How thoughtful. How thoughtful. So I can't even see their faces in death. Maybe it's better not to. Maybe. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came searching for it. But it's not. You know that it's not because of that. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Oh, she said sorry. She said sorry. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. You said it yourself, no matter what. Mion Sonosaki is your greatest friend.
言ったさ。
I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Thinking the clattering of the bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? Shion?
シオンか。
ケイちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the caps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か、シオン。怪我はしていないのか。
Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着け、シオン。もう全部終わったんだ。全部。
It's over for you. Stop. I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？
落ち着けって、シオン。もう終わったんだよ。
大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Xian, while screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug in resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Xion this much, then Mion was the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder. Quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
She burst into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Xion's madness even worse. Xion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as he wailed. I see the other sprite. Well, this one we have seen. I won't kill you just yet. What about boom? What? Press P to swap sprites. Oh! Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! Oh, thank you. That's easier. You just found out now? Yeah, I just found out now. Well, it's...
そんなに死にたければ、この男を殺した後にゆっくりとひき肉にしてやるよ。古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつ。
Oh, all according to the ancient
ガリゴリと
rites.
削ってミンチにしてやる。
All according to the ancient
あの
rites.
肉引き器はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。
Mincing machine. Mincing machine.
それともそれでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな。
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around... Hi! Mion smiled so much, so that it was hard to believe had twisted into a shape, even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend, Mion. It was the Mion Sonosaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding to Sonos It wasn't that Mion Sonosaki had been tossed about by her heavy duty to the succeeded on Sonosaki family either. That's a mouthful. Again with the RuneScape music. Then who was she? Bam! I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. Wolf, thank you so much for 40 months! 40 months! 40 months! Thank you! Thank you so much! Thank you! That's a heck of a long time! That's a heck of a long time! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you 40 times! Thank you! Okay. Back to it. The strength in my body trained instantly and my head suddenly became heavy. Should have pressed P. Press P to detain. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen into a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled and then receded. It was the kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and you could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. Now, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me.
さて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。そうだ、釘台なんかどうかな。あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it and then one of my shoes fell off. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she had flung me down and returned to the prison cell again.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい辛い針には虫唾が走ってたんだけど、やっぱりそういうあんたが一番似合ってるよ。ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから。どうかケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrated herself before her older sister, she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference. Anna was plainly smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。はいはい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。そうしたらケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Maybe. Mion said she might let me go. And they never said anything about letting Xion go. Before long, Xion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weird words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
そんなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？こんなんじゃダメだね。やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ。待って姉様、もう一度だけ。
Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because he had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Xion.
ろくろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。いいね。はい。ありがとうございます。
Mion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized, ow, it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかな？ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたなら、あんただけを殺してあげるから。はい。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Something. What makes you think that? Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something this nasty, like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さあ、やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。園崎しおんは。
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped up with a fake right in front of me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
園崎しおんはミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない消せて癒やしいメス豚でございます。気のほどをわきます。姉様に働いた数々のプレーを思います。ほらほら、その調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Pop blood circulated through my whole body, My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. Well, Shion is still holding Mion's. No. That thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up.
生意気だったこれまでを反省し一生ミオ姉様に忠誠を誓います。
Boop. The music earlier was so silent. Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire.
いいよ、もう十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。ふん、十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again. I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様殺すのは私だけ。その人許してあげ。
安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。
Real
ケイちゃんの
good.
悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me to the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, which I couldn't even make satisfying fists, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands, my fingers attached tightly with hinges and locked them in place. The door of the big cave with the jails had been left open so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
これから始めるよ。ケイちゃんの若い悲鳴をたっぷりと楽しみな。
いい加減にしろ。
The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell of that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。私、さっき嘘をついたね。
Oh.
シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。
Oh.
あれが嘘。
Oh. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer. And then next to that, she can line up with looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends have been turned into hooks, like the kinds you see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。
Okay.
なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
Okay, I make sense. Makes total sense. Psychological warfare. Psychological. I see. I see. I see. You're a master. Master of your craft.
お
Yes.
前は誰だ。
は？
Ah.
ミオンでしょ。園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった。
違うな。 お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparation for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ私がミオンじゃなかったら私は誰なわけ？
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？
Is it?
恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
Is it?
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！ミオンを返せよ！俺の最高の友人だった！ミオンを返せ！
Mion stood there for a few moments, with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There's no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion had really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked.
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎ミオンに殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め。
Back to heck, foul demon! I exercise you! I kill her from laughter!
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり
Bianco! Bianco! Hello! 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 Hello, Bianco and chat! Hi! Bianco! Great Bianco! Hello! We're reading Higurashi and we are a little bit of a... we're in a little bit of a tough spot. We're about to get tortured. Or are we? Are we? We're gonna have to talk our way out of this somehow. And yeah, RuneScape music. Hello, my name is Rania. I'm an orange creature from Finland, and we're reading Higurashi today. So, I hope you had a good stream. We're playing retro. Oh, which game? Which game did you play? I hope you had a fun time. This is the last part. We're reading the last part of the WATANAGASHI chapter, which is the second one. Oh, we played Electro Man. It's a Polish RoboCop knockoff. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I've never heard of it. I like RoboCop. Like RoboCop a lot. Always wanted to live in a nice village with cute girls. Yeah! Yeah, that's what Higurashi is about. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Save broken me twice, I did so well. Oh, you fought! You fought through it. Good job. Good job. Nipa! Yeah, Nipa! Yes. It's a cute show about friendship. It is about friendship. All in the end, it's about friendship. Yes. Nipa and friendship. Nipa. No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. And shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear.
Gambare, Mion!
You can do it!
こんな鬼畜生に負けるな!
Yeah!
本当に強い!
Yeah!
お前の力を見せてくれ!
Yeah! The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Did we get her? Did we get her? Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよ、ミオン! ミオン! どこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ! お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ!
Yes! Strong!
負けるな! 戦え! 戦え!
Cute laugh, yes. Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left, thinking, no. No. In her hand was the hammer. No. And no. Other side would toss his warnings. No. I could tell what she was about to do. Though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. The orange demon finds his despair amusing. No, I am moved by this the showing of friendship. I believe in friendship. I believe in friendship.
もういい?
My sides.
そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。
Ah! Was that good? Was that good enough? Good
こ
enough?
れはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上にシオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
ええ。
どうしてこんなことに。
Friendship is magic. It is.
ミオン!
Mion! I wept. Only sobs came out. Did the Kirby sock noise? Oh, I forgot what it sounds like. I forgot what it sounds like. Oh no. Allow me. I would never known I would search for this Kirby suck noise. Kirby inhale. No ad! Stop! Shush. Is that's the sound. Ah. Whoa. Give some good screams for Shion. I can't do that. That's too high. I can't do that. I can't go that high. People are dying and you're... no one has been tortured yet. No one has been tortured yet. I'm allowed to laugh. You did a good one on your partner celebration stream? I did. I can't remember. Mental... Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. Can you just sit silently for a moment, then open your mouth and scream and play that sound? Okay, let me... For dramatic effect, let me... And I already closed the window.
Välitön imeytyminen.
Why am I getting a... why am I getting a diaper ad? Why? YouTube, why? Oh! Oh! Wait. If someone... Wait. Oh! If some of you don't know, I have a cat. I have a cat... I have a cat named Baby. So because I say baby a lot, do the people listening in my walls, do they think I have like a real baby and they would think that I would need to buy diapers? Ignoring it's off screen. Off screen. Okay. Okay. I need to... It's... Okay, enough! That was the link to the clip. Yeah, feel free to. You can. Okay. I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't in the acceptance of the torture, but to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet, a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was straining little by little. By the time I realized it, the one in front of me had returned into being Mion.
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan.
メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、どうしても知りたがっているようだから一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私はそれを理性で抑えつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
Had gone to Eep. It went to Eep. A mimir. It was a mimir. I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼はある小さなことをきっかけにまた目覚めてしまった。それは何に原因があったと思う？
There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes.
わかる？
I don't know. What gave the demon a chance to beat Mion?
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
Me? The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downwards all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
Ah, she was jealous. She was jealous. She was jealous. That's all I got. When we had our club meeting at the toy store on that
ケイちゃ
Sunday,
んには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて、初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
そんな、俺が。
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。これで十分？メイドの土産は。
no. No. I'm not gonna die. Not gonna die. Not gonna D-word. Not gonna D-word. A mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up.
そんな、嘘だろ。
But you already blamed yourself for another reason. You already thought it was all your fault, but for another reason.
自覚がないのは当然。でも紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。あの時あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I wanted to say, like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion though. it had been Shion. In other words, oh God. I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying that I had something to apologize for. But I never said a word of apology about this. It was back then when he thought that Mion was just pretending. So he thought that he was apologizing to Mion, but it was not the case. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going to the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that just up until now? Rena had told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. It's the only way for a dense idiot. Well, at least he acknowledges it. For a dense idiot like me to be cured, to die altogether. I could no longer hold back the hot tears for pouring out of me. I simply just cried and 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 reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？
No, can we talk? Can we talk a little longer?
とてもシンプル。左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。
Can you tell me? Can you start from the very beginning on the like whole history of this particular method? Then maybe we can go over the 30-minute mark, and then Rena will get worried, and she's gonna go tell the police officers, and everyone's gonna rush in, and everyone's gonna come to rescue me.
順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。
Tell me. This will be on the test. Also. Get to the down and then go back to your pinky and new one in the joint in the middle. Ew!
この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh! Yes, 15. Oh, there's 5 fingers and there's 3 joints in it. So yeah, 3 times 5 times 3, 3 times 5.
それが終わったら次は右手。
Of course.
それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。
I'll tell you what.
指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Mion pressed the tip of a nail into my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints in my nerves were strapped in so tightly it hurt. And I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
If it will save the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないんだろ。 気の済むようにするといい。
I didn't twitch. He just can't twitch. If he tries to go and twitch, it just doesn't. It just refuses.
その代わり2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたらシオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪にはそれで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんたこの後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
I'm not sure it's about the storehouse anymore. I think it's about a lot more things.
もう一つは気が済んだらもうお前は消えろ。その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。それだけだ。
あんたって人には命乞いをするとかそういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
No.
約束2つじゃなくて3つにしていいか。3つ目は俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分私は約束を守らないよ。鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recall tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain of the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were open all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Sorry. Okay. Do it. Do it. Sorry. I'm making jokes because this is kind of uncomfortable. I prepared myself already. So do it. You're waiting like this to hammer the nails. It's scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer. Gently struck my cheek.
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは聞いてもいいよ。
Huh? My third wish? To save me? No, that's not what you said. You said to not kill you. It's different. Secret to it.
1つ目の願い。シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い。この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
The Oni.
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。
Mion is Mion.
もう戻ってこないなんて 悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. It was a dull noise that repeated in fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いからレナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。あのぼやーっとした感じの子がこんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
Good, Rena. Rena, good. Rion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ。本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんでかなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam! I held a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるから。ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails, since she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても近寄らないでね。それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being swept off, my consciousness went black. Oh yeah. Flashbang. I think I might be wrong, but I think she hit him on the head with a rock first in the anime and used the stun gun later. But anyway, June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibun City, XX Prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonosaki, 1X years old. She's suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Oryo Sonosaki, Sion's her grandma. Her grandma. Her grandma too. Oryo Sonosaki, Sion Sonosaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo imprisoned them and killed them. Grandma down. Preliminary investigation on the incidents were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonosaki property heard screams from the inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. What about the photographer? Well, the woman wasn't mentioned either. Takano. So maybe they couldn't prove her involvement in those because they were killed elsewhere. Yeah. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonosaki, and her two missing classmates, Keiichi Bara and Rena Ryugu. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement of the Sonosaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the other four missing persons: Oryo Sonosaki, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi, Riga Furude, and Satoku Hojo. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. One of the imprisoned classmates, at one of the missing prison's classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonosaki property, which was there where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years. Think it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonosaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident. And as those of Sonosaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative and in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of the Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have imprisoned for the longest time, Shion Sonosaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Patrol vehicle heard screaming Shions? I thought it was Rena. Or like Rena had called it. I don't know. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was the small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup at the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things. I don't think they could report that they used children as... Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe that was a lie. Maybe it was a lie. Yeah. The news version, yeah. Yeah, it's... I don't remember what he asked or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one unfortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. She was being kept prisoner, like she witnessed all of it. He did not only the hospital but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonosaki's underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion turned the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again too, for an on-the-side inspection or something. But I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. 4 days afterward, the Sonosakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many hundred thousand yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day. After it had passed to 2 million yen, they were given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights and decided to move away.
Sokka. 引っ越しちゃうんだね。いつ？
来月の終わり。ひなみ沢には結局半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。
Oh, she's the only one.
私一人しか残らない。
Can we take her? Take her with us. Take her home. Take her home. Take her home. Mina smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely. So I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I approached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. where she went after she disappeared. That we didn't know. What was there? Where she had disappeared to. I hope there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of their family. And live not as Mion Sonosaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they ever were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonosaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of the recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bring up this stuff in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends, and the best experiences of my life. I will probably never forget it as long as I lived. As for the distortive image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure to remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before her eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course she would never call me. And it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep.
Hi Ronja, Ivo's planning on doing fanart of you. Do you have any kind of rules as to how to depict you in fanart?
I love fan art. As long as it's her sleeves even bigger. As long as it's, I would prefer it to be, family friendly. Family friendly, but like otherwise, anything is fine. Anything is fine. I love the thought. I love getting fan art. I love seeing people draw me. Thank you. Thank you for the kind thought. Thank you for I don't really have anything like that. Just what you feel like. Draw what you want. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna drink some water. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking, when the lights were off, was something that scared me. There has a giant snail eating a rainbow. Oh, well that would be something I've never seen before. Would be interesting. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk, and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to Mia that day. Why is it there? Why is it there? Didn't I give it to Rena? She said it was an import from England or something. And was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. Others refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. Aww. Aww, softy. I waited like this for the opportunity with it on the desk so I could give it her at any time. Look. That was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. Ooh! Ooh! Or windows. Sometimes they fly into windows. Those silly creatures. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Bonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where it was coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. Where, though? I listened carefully. Look. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. While plonking. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out the front through the gap in the curtains. In the light of the gate, Despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? Uh-oh. I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was... Mion? I threw the window open and looked at the figure again. It is a horror story. You don't call parents. Don't call parents. You go to look at the scary thing, okay? You get it. That is what you do. You go look. You hear a noise. You go look. Oh, I keep hearing strange sounds from the basement. Better go take a look alone. Then you get murdered. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. From fear, right? From fear, right? From fear. There's the... Mom, Dad, there she is. Okay, she goes outside, I'll let her in the... Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was in the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over. Flung to my... flung on my coat atop my pajamas and flew out the door. We're doing this. We're doing this. I quickly called the police for Shion's sake. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Keiichi also has memory issues when Mion said that don't talk to her afterwards, she'll be full demon. Yeah. But he doesn't want to believe. He doesn't. He's high on copium. He's high on copium at this point. He just wants to believe. He wants to believe. He wants to believe in friendship after all this time. How's it going? Still crazy? Yes. Very crazy. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. But maybe that will save the demon, who knows. I don't know, the doll, at this point the doll was cut out from the anime. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I slipped into my sandals and locked the door, unhooked the chain and leaped out of the house.
Mio!
What? Just a sec. Satoko did nothing wrong. Yeah, I wouldn't say Rika. Neither did Rika.
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real
お
Mion.
前こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか？
Rika might have did something wrong. Well, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. So yeah. What?
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, though, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
それよりどうしたんだよこんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね。もうここにはいられない。
A pain note was beginning to enter her words as well. As if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。もうダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Mion's smile crumbled, started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。そうだ。俺ミオンに。
To give you, Mion, this doll. I wanted to do this one last thing because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... My stomach. It's burning. Mion took a meat cleaver like a knife and stabbed me and pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Me on a what hurts.
間
I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot. It was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it and took a few steps back and cackled.
できた、全部できた。私が殺したいやつはこれで全員。
イエーイ！やったー！ He wanted to give the doll! He wanted to give the doll! Fool, why did you wait? Why did you chit-chat? Why did you just give the doll? Why did you chit-chat? Why? Why? Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I just had to get that out of my chest. I had to get that out of my system. Okay. Last words with Mion left me with that day, came back to me. Oh, now you're... oh, now you remember. Oh, now you remember. Oh, now you remember. Ah, well, that's too bad. You forgot. You forgot. From today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. The demon.
Me.
The demon. No life. No soul in those eyes. You guys wanted to see the sprite. There it is. There it is. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Beyond. In the pool of blood, my own design, is the doll that I bought for Mion, dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more. And then the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or cursed? My emotions were neither of those. As my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood, had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, that needless to have been ruined. Ruined. Sad moon was so white it looked frozen. June 20th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Maebara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonosaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. he escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. On the same day, approximately the same time, a fall incident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sanosaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used the master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonosaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded like two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said incident's suspect. And did a thorough search on the room, but we could not find any traces of what would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down under the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believed, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced S-word attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination of both fronts, S-word and homicide. Hmm.
本当に5分だけですからね。
あれ。
刺激しないようにしてください。
心得ていますよ。
Boulder Man! Boulder Man! Clack. The door opened, and as I expected, Oishi-san came in.
どうもどうも前原さん。
どうも。
ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか？
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
こりゃ手厳しい。
Well, you can't be that bad if you can choke around, so... Yeah. As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat. Sweaty, slimy. He handed Mom... Oh, Mom's there. He handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor at the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to his son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん、悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ。5分でいいから。
5 minutes. Mom, just 5 minutes. Mom. Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑やかなことで、ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
大石さん、5分ですよ。
5
できれば
minutes!
これが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This was a Lawrence University Hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか？
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa though, and we were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I recovered enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
Asking for a spoiler, okay? And rather not. Rather not.
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。
If you wanna find out something, there's info on the internet. But yeah, I wanna keep this as spoiler free as possible. These streams.
仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほーら。
Oishi-san pulls open the can of cookies and... What? I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、いろいろと持ってきましたよ。ほーら、よりどりみどり、野原は黄緑ってなもんです。
あ、
さあさあ、好きなだけ持っていっちゃってください。
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。
Oishi! Oishi-san! Oishi-san! Oishi-san!
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたら、さぞやご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。
You slimy old man. You slimy, disgusting.
こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。
We have 5
看護師さん以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。
We have 5 minutes.
今から専門を決めないで幅広くオールラウンドに行かなくちゃ。
What's wrong with Okay. I gave Oishi-san's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other I understood. The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about.
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
Okay, straight to the point after that. Okay. And cue the cicadas. The night I was stabbed by Mion. Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities. Accident, S-word, and homicide. But it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も前原さんと同じ意見です。シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。
But how can she be in two places at once? Was it at about the same time? And she was in a different city, different town. As you remember, oh man, oh! Yeah, be careful. Oh, it's too late. Maybe I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have encouraged. I shouldn't have encouraged. Now that sucks. That sucks. But just one thing. It's just one thing though. It's just one thing. I'm sure there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things in this one.
一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。はい。実は見つかったんです。
You did?
あ、て。
Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下。隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
ああ。
前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
そうですか。
Huh? That sliver of hope that possibly I'd believe in that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive. Just from the fact their remains hadn't been found. Gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古井戸に抜けられましたね。
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、いやよくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底に？
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下にコールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
全員見つかりましたか
？I hoped that at least I wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい。全員。それどころか、 死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。
How many series this series have? How many was it again? Was it 8? I think it was 8. Yeah. Yeah, 8 parts. This is the second part. Yeah, if you spoiled yourself from this part or somewhere, there's a lot. The story is pretty complex. So if you... I don't know what you spoiled yourself for. But I would bet that there's still a lot of stuff that still... If you value not knowing anything... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Well, for me, I have been spoiled of things. I have been spoiled of things before, but sometimes, like, the spoiler was something really interesting. And, like, maybe sometimes I wouldn't have been interested in something if I hadn't been spoiled of it first. If there was some kind of really interesting twist or something. So it's not always bad. So the deduct Sadeko from there, well, plot thickens. I suppose there's the dark side of Hinamizawa's
泥を全
history.
部吸い出したら、一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。
Shock. Shock.
怖い話です。
The weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。
Managed to find a TV show thanks to a spoiler, then I forgot about it, I watched it later and managed to not be spoiled. Oh, that works too. That works too.
諦められてた失踪事件もこれを機に全部解決するんじゃないかなんて言われてますよ。
At least that's good. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarette to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back on his shirt pocket.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さんご存知ですよね。
もちろん仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Huh? Huh? Rika-chan has diabetes. I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね。
I don't remember this thing at all.
注射器が見つかりまして。破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして。本当にご存知ありません
？I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her.
園崎家は本業の方、ああ、薬剤屋さんのことです。
Ah, damn it, Ronja, you made me start rewatching Higurashi or so many words. Yay, everyone, get to it. 5 minutes have passed. Time works differently. Time works differently. You got also, if you cut out the main character mind dialogue, inner monologue.
で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね。 その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
リカちゃんが
What?
覚醒剤の常用者だっていいのか？
What was the diabetes? What's the diabetes thing? um.
そうは申してませんよ。
But they would if like if like yeah insulin, but like okay, like never mind. I think I get the word. I think I get it. Sorry.
ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくっていうのはどう考えても変ですからね。
I have no idea what any of this means. This was also cut from the anime, but it's gonna be important in later. The anime for this ending part was like seriously so rushed. It was like boom 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 boom. My hands are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼びましょうか？
大丈夫ですから。話の続きを。
まあ注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
リカちゃん。
リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。今村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と殺してしまった園崎家とで、実効支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a little longer.
そう。手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about. Seriously, Katie's parents are the worst. Not only do they leave the cursed village after the son gets kidnapped, well, they were, well, to their credit, they were trying. They were gonna do it. They were gonna do it, but yeah, maybe it's just not that. Yeah, you could go to like a hotel, but you know, it's not an easy thing to move. At least send the kid to a relative ASAP, so after he gets stabbed, leave him alone with a rat. Yeah.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん、ミオンは今 どうしてるんです？
I wanted to just hear that answer and then get rid of him.
それを話す前に、前原さんに一個だけ、本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
Okay.
何ですか？
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。
There's the face again.
これ、いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、場合によっては捜査か乱と見られて告発される場合もありますからね。
Obstruction of the investigation? Oshi-san get threatened me until the end. What the heck did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。
We saw it.
園崎ミオン。
Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief the white piece wet. He sort of suspected that answer, and yet he looked like as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して。ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
The man said this. The noise he heard was from next door was just like a sound of a fight between the sisters that I was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided that he'd at least check up on her. After she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened.
つまり、壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですから、この騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば、園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなの、ミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ。だから、つまりですね、あなただけが、あの晩、確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した唯一の人間ってことになるんです。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのか、よくわからないんですけど。
At that point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that this was a non-smoking area completely stripped his mind, and he took out a pack of cigarettes again. Kerchak! He lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎ミオンに刺されたんですか？
はい、間違いなく。
The smoke Oishi-san breathed out floated away like a thundercloud swept away by the wind.
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は園崎美音も井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。シオンさんと同じにね。首の骨を折って。あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎美音は隠し井戸から外へ逃れようとして、足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるで、そこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
それじゃあ、おかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認されました。あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. She said something about demon inhabiting her corpse, yes. Third sibling Beyond, of course. Oh, it all. There was all this time. There was a third triplet. There was a triplet called Beyond. It was even more crazy. Okay, back to it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った園崎美音なのに園崎美音じゃない何者かですよ。
What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? My mind became a complete mess. I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美音さんの死覚えてますか？
高野さん？
高野さん。
はい。確か遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かっています。検視したのは岐阜県警さんなんですけどね。これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was telling me.
この死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。つまりどういうことか。これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが、あなた綿流しの晩高野美代さんに会ってますよね？
会ってます。
その前日お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね？私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、会ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことはお祭りの前日の晩にはもう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
Oh wow, oh my. あ
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でもあなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんはもうお亡くなりになっていたのです。
The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything, our intrusion to the ritual storehouse, which I have become to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us to the storehouse, she was already no longer in this world.
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
You tell me. An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。ですので、今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
Oishi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思ってきたつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後お話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで。
Thanks.
その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
Oishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
Slam. I listened to the tap, tap, tap of Oishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Then, slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ。
I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice.
なんだ、ミオン。何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだよって。
そうだな。言ってたよな。ごめん。 ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wound sustained from when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about the top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオ。俺今こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
Joke? Yes. The Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日ここで死んじゃうんだよ。
Where's the mom? Where's the mom? Where's my mom? Wasn't she waiting? Wasn't my mom waiting outside of the door? Was she not coming in? Mom! Mom! Mom, there's a zombie! There's a zombie in my room!
だけども、明日以降もここにいて、普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後でそれが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない。死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオ、そして俺で3人目。な？面白いだろ？笑えるだろ？
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あんまり面白くなかったか？
Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. But her fingernails were torn. She gripped it hard, as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
ケイちゃん、迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. Couldn't even twitch! Again. My fingers were spread apart. And I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Hi. Mion's forehead was split open. With a face covered with blood, she smiled. Got right up, just behind me.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。この事件は何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰かこの事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しいこの事件を終わらせてください。それだけが俺の望みです。
あの時一つ叶えてあげたでしょ。今度はダメ。
Mia firmly held the nail down my fingertip, and with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet butt into the air and... The I know that this is a confusing ending. I know. But I swear it will all make sense. It will all make sense. Someday, it will all make sense. I swear. More of the stories. If your friend is crazy, avoid them. No, you gotta believe in your friends. You gotta believe. Actually, that saying never made sense to me even after the answer arcs. Yeah. That's pretty confusing, but I think I know what happened. But I'm not gonna say because it's a spoiler. You guys are gonna have to. You guys are gonna have to wonder. Give the tomboy the doll, yes! Give the tomboy the doll, goodness sake. Yeah, no credits. No credits. Yeah, no. Those who know. Those who don't know. I'll hold you to the claim that it'll make sense. It will make sense. I have a suspicion too, but no way to be sure. Don't trust your... Lesson is don't trust your friends. Instead, go to your parents instead of being a dummy. But yeah, that was the second part of the Higurashi. Next part is Tatarigoroshi. We're gonna start it in the near future, but I can't say when yet, but in time before Halloween. Only 6 more to go. Well, we got through this one way quicker than the other one. The other ones that the streams were more. There was more time between the streams. Worst one, arguably, or Tatarigoroshi? Well, it's very sad. It's very sad. Yeah. Yeah, it's not fun. Need my cicada as effects fix, so don't make up look like too long. I will do my best. I haven't bought the third one yet. Let's see. How much is it? Full price. It's 8 euros. Oh, not bad. Not bad for a visual novel, but yeah, let's it'd be nice to get it all from a discount. We'll start Umineko after that. Yeah, that's I wanna read Umineko at some point. I wanna at least give it a try. Yeah, it's too legendary. It's too legendary. And I know nothing about it. I know nothing about it except that there's I know some characters by name, but I don't know anything. I know nothing, and I'm excited. I'm excited that I know nothing. Insects 3 SFX music stream when? Worst in terms of, not worst in terms of quality, but because what happens, yeah. Yeah. Know nothing and I'm free. Rika? No, Satoko has a bigger role in the next one. Yeah. Satoko. The blonde one. The blonde lady. Only thing I know is the name of the game. But thank you for joining. Thank you for reading or coming to these Higurashi streams. They're always a fun time. I love Higurashi. I love Higurashi so much. So like I'm also very excited that like some of you have like been introduced to it. Makes me happy. But more to come soon. But yeah, let me escape. Yes. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1, boom! Boom! Would never know about it without your streams. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. That's exciting. Well read. Thank you. I can read. I can read. Daichi died as he lived, being a giant, massive dummy. Well, he did say that he's dense. And what spooks me in ghost stories, the fact that you can't run away, they will always find you. That's the rule. That's true, and you don't know where they're gonna appear. There's no logic. But here's the reader. Next stream will be Friday. We're gonna switch the mood. We're gonna switch the mood. To wash up all the trauma. We're gonna play Hello Kitty. Even a scarier game. Hello Kitty Roller Rescue for the PlayStation 2. I found it. I found it used or second hand, like quite a little while ago, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet. Here it says Hello Kitty for October. We can't wait more longer. It's Hello Kitty time is now. Roller coaster of a schedule, yes. And on Saturday, I'm gonna show you guys my new love. I started reading Mob Love, the original Mob Love, and there's a multiple routes, and we're gonna play the one route, one of the routes. But I think I'm just gonna say it outright. I think the protagonist of Mob Love is even denser than Keiichi. Like I think Keiichi, like I appreciated how much less dense Keiichi is compared to. Like I don't know how he's gonna change. If some of you guys know about what happens later, I don't know if he's gonna change, but he's quite stupid. Okay, yeah. How is he capable of breathing? I don't know. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Even science can't answer. I think Keiichi can be like quite fun at times. But I think I'm not a huge fan, but I love everything else. I'm just gonna excuse the main character. They make the many dancer to collapse and form a black hole. Well, Keiichi has his moments. He can like he can like sometimes have a moment. Have a moment, yeah. Remember those guys that help him in club activities? Imagine their faces after all that. I don't think they got the thing that they were promised. Wait, they never did the thing. They never did the contest. They never did the big contest they were supposed. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh no! I think that's the worst. They couldn't have had the things they were promised because the contest never happened. There was supposed to be a big club contest. It was like, you know, the first one in the toy store, remember? When they played games in the toy store, that was like it was interrupted and it was supposed to be finished later. Oh my god, derailed it. Everyone died. Yeah, that's understandable. Well, there's Rena, but that's Rena. I wonder what happened to her. I don't. What happened to Rena? But yeah. I'm gonna go take a shower now. Well, thank you for sticking around through this longer stream. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you for thank you for the raid, Diango. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the sub continuations. And yeah. Thank you for watching. Thank you. See ya on Friday. See you on Friday, same time. Same time. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Bye bye bye. Sweet dreams. Bye bye.